Another 2 cards. 80 minutes.
And then I went.
I just started.
Yeah, and you went to and you know what? I was just like a I'll take your word for it. Which way?
So you've been up for 6 days. Sleep better now?
No, because usually I don't sleep well. And I've been sleeping fine. I don't know why. I guess I've been staying busy.
Your body's not used to it.
My brain's exactly. So I do really like this. But yeah, I was
Table's open. It's not reserved. So y'all can sit there. Hey, Tim.
Event's still fun time. Yes, sir.
And I'm Bunk. I'm another Kevin. Turn your ringer off on his phone already.
I did that. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'll slide over.
Watch out for the sound. It's good stuff. Actually, we can do
Okay, so we got to get going here. So it's Killed it.
I would have killed him. I haven't taken my share of the car. The whole maintenance.
Okay, you guys. As people filter in here, we're just going to have to get going. We have food coming today at roughly around 1:15ish. So we'll take a break and I'll go over the itinerary. But no matter what the speaker arrangements or schedule is, when the food comes, we'll eat it hot. So we'll just take the other speakers and put them on the other side of lunch if we have to. So welcome and greetings to you all. So on behalf of the entire Hoffman family, we just want to thank you guys so much for making time today to come out and share the celebration of life, a very full and purposeful life of our father and friend, Stanley Hoffman. So yeah, it's a real testament to him to see this many people at a funeral for a celebration of life for a 95-year-old man. So it's a real testament to him. So thank you. Okay, so I wanted to go over some housekeeping real quick. So bathrooms. So the bathrooms are in the 1906 building. You can either go through the front or go through the pub, but that's where they're at. We can go out that door, but you can't come back in. So you can get somebody to let you in, or however you want to do it, but it's kind of a one-way deal. So typically we're using that. It's open for fire purposes. So the program agenda, we're going to start out with speakers. Then we've got a video, and then break for lunch. That's how it's supposed to go. As we get closer to lunch, let's see how we're doing, and we might have to switch some stuff around. Okay, so let me explain a couple things. So live stream. So we have a little bit more cameras than you're probably used to seeing at stuff like this. And it's because we wanted to capture this moment for posterity for us, but also if there, comes a time when we are able to document our dad's life, we would like to capture this moment in that documentary. So that's why it's here. The live feed is part of it. People that couldn't make it are able to watch as well. So that's what they're doing here. Let's see. What else? Okay, that's that. So the objectives for today are just simply share stories, learn new things, hopefully about Stan that you didn't know, and rekindle old friendships. So let's meet that goal. Okay, so when you guys are speaking, just if you could, so we're such a diverse group of people sitting here. We have to portray the different chapters of Dad's life. So if you could, when you speak, if you could just say who you are and kind of how you're connected. So that would help everybody kind of connect the dots. So the other thing is while people are speaking, and I'm going to guess that there's a lot of people who might want to say a few words. And so it may get long, so hopefully we can just stay as quiet as possible to respect, what they have to say. And so just a heads up about that. So, okay, there's a lot of thank yous, and so the whole troop that helped set this up in different ways. Debbie Troop, of course, April, and Chris. April's bow, where Chris is doing all the tall work. John and Lisa Hoffman. Steve Alba is out there doing some crowd control. Hope you guys, looked like you guys did a pretty good job of obeying that, so it's good. And then Sean and Deanna Symington helping out behind the scenes as well. And then my daughter Rachel, who kind of does this kind of stuff, and she did the slideshow that you'll see, and so it should be awesome. And I'm sure I'm missing some. There's a lot of people that helped, and I don't have their names. So thank you for that. All right, so without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is my dad's neighbor, and has been his neighbor for quite some time. This is not your average guy. So this is not your average neighbor. So this guy is a super neighbor. And when I came a couple of years ago, starting to take care of my dad a little bit more often, I got to know this guy, and he's everywhere. He's taking the trash out, bringing the mail in, watering plants, you name it, he's doing it. And it just was super awesome to see the friendship that my dad and John had. He's just a great guy, and to top it all off, he offered to give us an opening prayer today. And I thought, that's the ultimate testament of a great friend. So without further ado, John, can you get us started? And then, thanks, John. And then shortly after, so John's going to stay up here, and then his stepson, Mike Pike, is going to come, and they're going to chat a little bit about Dad. Take it away.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm John, of course. We'll bow our heads. Thank you. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come together and celebrate the life of Stanley Paul Hoffman Jr. Along with being a loving father, Stan was also a grandfather, uncle, businessman, neighbor, and a special friend. Many of us were blessed to have been touched by his wisdom, helpfulness, generosity, thoughtfulness, and kindness. Father, we ask comfort for our sorrow, as well as happy memories as we celebrate Stan's life. Thank you. Yes, Stan's been my neighbor for 40 years, and we've had some serious conversations. He was management, I was union, and but he's like a best friend, always helping out anyone in the neighborhood that needed the help. Just my stepson, Mike.
So we were fortunate enough to live across the street from the Hoffmans. We moved to Upland in '84. So I was not a legend or a professional skater that came out of Pipeline, but I was a grommet. And I still refer to myself as a Pipeline grommet. Because there's hierarchy, and I know where I'm at. So anyways, about 1985, I met a local neighborhood friend, Eric Johnson. We call him EJ, aka Fish. And he goes, "Hey, Pike, do you know you live across the street from the Hoffmans?" I go, "No, I didn't know that." So, of course, within a year, me and a local friend, Scott Rivette, Zach Gross, were the other ones that lived around Stan. We all had our memberships. We were all skating Pipeline, skating Castle, which Gene was a part of, and kind of got sucked into the whole Badlands Pipeline legacy. And I figured, hey, man, I live across the street from this guy. I'm going to skate pipe for free. I'm a neighbor. So I started writing letters, hey, Stan, can I mow your yard in exchange for some skate time? And I probably at least a dozen letters I put in his mailbox and never got any in return on that. Because if you guys know Stan, there's two main things about him. The first one was he was a businessman, right? He knew that the professionals that were skating Pipeline were pretty much skating for free or trading, working the gate to be able to skate. So us grommets, we were keeping the lights on. And the second thing about Stan, he was a DIY perfectionist. He liked to do stuff himself, and he liked to do it to a level that a 12-year-old is not going to achieve. So was he going to let me mow his front yard? Absolutely not. So I paid. I've been fortunate enough to be a little part of it. Definitely within the last 10, 20 years, I've got to skate with all the legends I looked up to. Salva, Mickey, my God, there's so many to even start naming. And also the OGs, you know, Steve Gable, Greg Stillman, Eddie Ocorte, Bill Renning, all these guys I've had an opportunity through Salva or Mickey to skate with. And it's really been a pleasure because as a grommet, you know, these are guys that I looked up to. And then recently, going to El Gato thing, I got to meet some of the guys that they looked up to, you know, the top tier guys, the pioneers. And it's just really been a blessing to be a neighbor of Stan and to be a part of the whole pipeline legacy and to have all these legends, you know, here present that even at 50 years old, I'm still skating, but I also still look up to these guys, you know, because they're in their 60s now, 65, and they're still ripping, they're still skating. It's unbelievable. So when I get tired and think I'm done, I know I'm not even close. You know, I got to at least follow the path of these guys. I've been fortunate to see, or actually I've had a lot of conversations with Stan the last couple years. We grew pretty close. And I asked him, hey Stan, you ever remember getting those letters to mow your yard? And he just kind of chuckled. He said, so that was you, huh? And so, yeah, he got him, but yeah, businessman, number one. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it so far. As far as the Stan thing, we've just been real fortunate to live across the street with him. Our families really didn't become close until after Gene had passed. I actually think Gene's passing was what brought our families and the Stewarts close together because we all started looking out for each other. And it's been really cool to watch a friendship blossom between my stepfather, John, and Stan that just comes right out of the movies. And you're talking, these guys walked into each other's houses without knocking. You know, we're in the front room. Next thing you know, there's old man Stan, and we're like, hey, come on in, Stan. You know, well, he was already in, but but they were like that. The friendship was really, really close and so genuine because my stepfather wasn't aware of his influence on the skateboarding community, and his stepson thought he was like the godfather of the Badlands and stuff like that. You know, I kept it on the down low, but through the years, I think he got to realize just not only was Stan an awesome person, but how much he affected, you know, his own stepson's life, and all my friends were just completely affected by the pipeline and the skateboarding and the Hoffman's influence into our lives, and it's never left any of us. 50-year-old, 40-year-old veteran, I'm still skating, still trying, and will skate for my whole life. So it's just been, thank you. I've just been really fortunate with some of you guys that I've gotten to skate with, the legends out there, that they themselves have also been a huge influence into my life. And so, yeah, I was just fortunate enough that we moved across the street from Stan and had my buddy EJ clue us in on everything. And it's just been really cool to watch a friendship blossom between my stepfather and Stan that was genuine. And yeah, thank you guys all for coming. And who's next?
So, all right, thanks, brother. Thank you. So yeah, thanks, Mike. So first of all, Mike, don't take it personal that my dad would not let you mow his lawn. He would not let me mow his lawn. So it doesn't matter. There's for those of you who have worked around Stan Hoffman, he likes to do things his own way, and usually it's the right way. So that's just him. And also for the shadier characters in the room, the open door policy is at the corner of. No, just kidding. All right, so next up is Mr. Dave Jones, Davey Jones. So a little bit about Davey. Davey is kind of the one guy that's connected to the three parts of my dad's career path. So as a young guy, he skated at the pipeline. His dad worked at Southern California Edison with my dad. His grandfather worked at Southern California Edison that also knew my dad. And then all these years later, he he was helping me out as a instructor at the training facility at Southern California Edison, and then he rented. He's currently renting a couple of units at the industrial park of my dad's. So full circle, this guy knows it all. So here you go. This is Davey Jones.
That's quite an introduction, and this is a really an amazing show. The type of influence and impression that Stan had left on each and every one of us. My personal story with Stan is like Chris mentioned. Not only did I skate the pipeline for a couple of years, kind of late in the game. You know, I'm only member 43943, which puts me about 1985 or 86ish. But I was allowed to participate and be a member of the skate park because Stan knew my father, respected my father, and they had a relationship at work, and that was one of the only reasons why I was allowed by my mother to become a member. And there was a lot of things I do remember about the time I spent at Pipeline, including watching all the guys that really could skate, but I was really fixated with getting the pizza grinder and asking the girls to get ice cream out of the freezer. But more than that, you know, because my father and grandfather worked with Stan, I always knew who Stan Hoffman was. He used to call my home to call my father out to work when he was the on-call supervisor at the Edison Company. So before I ever knew him in the capacity of being a service planner for Edison, which was the modern day version of what he called a senior A estimator, which is what he spent most of his time doing at Southern California Edison. I obtained that position and was very inexperienced, but eager to learn. And I received a phone call one day, one of the first interactions I had with the actual customer. And the phone rings and I pick it up and I introduce myself like I'm told to do, and he says, "This is Stan Hoffman. I was a senior A estimator for the Edison Company for 35 years, and I've got an industrial park in Upland." And I instantly knew who this guy was, and I knew the backstory, and I knew everything because, again, I was a member there and I knew his name. So he explained to me what his problem was, that there's some unfinished electrical work at the park, and that he would really like to get this resolved all these years later. And, you know, being brand new, I'm sorting through my schedule, trying to figure out, like, when, and he says, "How about right now?" So, who am I to say no? You know, it's only, and he knew exactly where my office was. He didn't let on right then that he knew me, and he knew my father, and he knew my grandfather, but he said, "You're only 12 and a half minutes away, so I'll be waiting for you." And I got there, and that was my second real impression of Stan, to be able to work with him in that capacity, to service his needs. But of course, he told me every step of the way how to do it. Which, you know, one of the perceptions, and I would like to use this, that we're all the sum of all of our own experiences, and every experience that you can steal from everybody along the way. And the first time I physically really met Stan at that point, just looking at him, the way he carried himself, his hands, his mannerisms, I knew that I needed to listen with both ears. And all the lessons he taught me along that journey of working for him, you know, to service the electrical needs of the park, helped me throughout my career. But that story doesn't end right there, in that his expectation of how fast things could get done didn't necessarily mesh with the current day's age of process. And I learned a very unfortunate thing at a young age, that sometimes you don't have the answer you can give to somebody, you just avoid them. And so Stan had called multiple times, left messages, and I know I got to call him back, but I didn't have the answer, and I didn't have the courage to tell him, "Hey, it's going to take 5 more weeks for the crew to come out and do your job." And the next thing I know, our receptionist comes to my desk and says, "There's an old guy in the front that says he used to work here, and he's asking for Davey." So a lot of people don't know, a lot of people in my personal life and at work call me Davey, and that's as a result of that day. I grew up with being teased, you know, Davy Jones from the Monkees, and I kind of resented that. But when Stan said it was different. And And I learned real quick what his expectations were, and I did everything I could to move that process along for him. But fast forwarding to the next part of my career and life interacting with Stan and the Hoffman family, is I'd never met Chris at all, but one day at an Islands restaurant, I was a young father and a young married man with my young family, and I look over at this guy who's eating his dinner, working on an Edison computer, and I recognized the shirt style, and I went and introduced myself to him because I work for this company, and I need to say hi to this guy, and it was Chris. And we've been friends, and he's been my mentor ever since, and has invited me to instruct and teach at his training center when he was running the Edison Training Center. And it was through that opportunity of actually teaching classes for Chris that I continued to bug him about possibly getting a space at the industrial park. And I had called and talked to Stan many times about, hey, do you have any vacant units, And the answer is always no, and that speaks to the fact that there's hardly an industrial park anywhere that has such long-term tenancies that the Aero Industrial West, the Pipeline Industrial Park has. And that speaks to how Stan ran it and the respect that we all have for Stan. And I finally was fortunate enough to get my hooks in there and get a couple of units from him. And I run a part-time business, and I'd like to say that business is a machine shop, but I'd like to think more of it as an industrial art studio, because to have my shop sitting on what was the 15-foot bowl means that there is a lot of incredible people and incredible art that was captured right there. And it's a blessing for me to be able to roll my doors up and see the same shot as that famous picture, I believe was taken by James Casmus, Salva and Dunlap. And to be able to look at that same background while I'm forging, steel for knives or creating projects, and it's really inspiring. But the one thing I would like to say is that throughout that process, I've never asked Stan ever to do any maintenance. I've never asked him to change a light bulb, never asked him to fix anything there, because I always considered that property an extension of myself, and out of respect for Stan, I couldn't think to ask the guy to change a light bulb, or fix a doorknob. And it was only because he came in and inspected everything that I ever did in there to give me the approval of that. I can remember when I was signing the lease application, Stan asked Chris, what do you think? And I had to send Chris some pictures of the previous shop I had of how clean it was and the type of business that I carried on there. And once he saw that, he gave me the approval. But some of my most favorite memories about being a tenant there is the fact that, as a part-time business, I'm only there a couple of days a week. And sometimes I would take the time, as I heard Stan walk by and go into the office, that I would go in there and say hi or deliver a rent check or something like that. And when I thought I was going to spend the day at the shop and get a lot of stuff done, I would end up sitting in the office talking to Stan pretty much for the rest of the afternoon. And I got to hear every story about being a senior A estimator, about the time that you guys spent in his project out there of taking service out to Death Valley, all the triumphs and the heartaches of all that. And I got to hear a lot of things about my father that I didn't know. Because Stan knew my father. My father died when I was 18 years old. So I got to hear through Stan a lot of his impressions of things that I didn't know about my father, and why that impression that's been left on every one of us to this point. And it's part of a math equation for myself that I'll never forget. And I'd like to end with this little bit of Stan humor. That one time in his living room, I was sitting there, because a lot of times I'd go by his house to deliver rent checks and whatever, and sit and just chat with him. And I asked him this question. I said, Stan, in the world that we share together at Southern California Edison, what is going to be the biggest thing that you could ever laugh at or remember after it's all said and done? He said, Davey, the best thing is that I've been on their pension longer than I was employed by them. He left an impression that is unimaginable to ever be able to replicate, and a work ethic and just a way of carrying himself that I think we all can strive to look up to try to mimic for our own lives. So I appreciate the time, Chris, and I appreciate your friendship more than words can express, and your father was quite a mentor to all of us. Thank you very much.
Wow. So thanks, Davey. So really, we had to give him a unit. I twisted my dad's arm because it's so hard to get guys out of the field to teach classes and training, and so that pretty much cemented Davey being a fixture at our training facility. So that worked out pretty good. Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping here. So is there a way that we can fit the folks that are standing up that would probably like to sit down, if there's some wiggle room? So there's a few. So come on over. Come on, make your way. Thank you, guys. So yeah, snuggle up. So okay. Yeah. Yes.
A friend of ours, EJ, couldn't be here tonight. He's up north, and I just wanted to let everyone know, for the people that can't be here, the live stream is SKT stream off of YouTube. So you can text your friends and tell them so they can watch.
Hey, thank you. That's a good point. So, yeah. So we did send that out a little bit, but probably not enough. So, and if, I don't know, somebody, Renato, or, yeah, you guys, any questions about that, these guys over here will connect you up. Okay. All right. Without further ado, April, as some of you may know, so April is the granddaughter of Stan, and she also took up skateboarding and was a fine skater in her own right, and got to travel around with our mom, Jean, and just, you know, compete in a lot of competitions and stuff, and has a lot of good stories. So, April, come on up.
Thank you. Okay. Glasses. I'm not as young as I used to be. So hi everyone. Thank you very much for coming to celebrate the life of my grandfather, Stan Hoffman. So, as my Uncle Chris said, I am the only daughter of Debbie, who was my grandfather's only daughter. And I am the first grandchild. First. Number one. So my biological dad, he moved out of state, and I really got to see him growing up. So so my grandfather sort of took on that role, assumed the role of my dad. So he did things like he built my swing set, and he put training wheels on my bike, and even taught me how to whistle. When I turned 6, he built me a skateboard park. Oh, okay, he didn't just build it for me, but. And then I became, I really fell in love with the sport. So I started skateboarding, and he put together my first skateboard and my second skateboard and my third skateboard. And with that encouragement from him and my grandmother, it gave me the courage and confidence to compete in skateboarding on a national level. So I will always be thankful for that. When I turned 15, he gave me my first job, working at the pipeline. Have a lot of fellow coworkers here. When I turned 16, he bought me my first car. He had, when he was buying my first car, he had asked me, he says, well, you could drive a stick, right? And I said, oh yeah, yeah. And I enlisted the help of some of the local skaters to get me in their cars and, teach me how to drive a stick. So thank you. Thank you to the pipeline locals for teaching me how to drive a stick. Thank you. as an adult, he supported me in my enlistment into the Marine Corps. And he always really loved to hear my military stories. If anybody knows my grandfather, he had some pretty strong political opinions, so being involved in the military was a sense of pride for him, actually. So when my daughter was born, he became a great grandpa for the first time. And that is actually the perfect description of what he was to my daughter, a great grandfather. My grandfather was there when I needed him the most. He stepped up in ways that I can't even explain. One thing I can tell you with someone who is that supportive of you is he is the last person you ever want to disappoint. And maybe that was his way of teaching you to live with integrity, determination, and compassion. My grandfather was very smart. He had a wealth of knowledge from being on this planet for 95 years. And in that, and even in the end, he was pretty dang sharp. I want you to know that my grandfather listened. Not only did he listen to me, but he listened to you. And he absorbed all the stories you would tell him. Trust me, I heard them. He really cared. Not just about his family, but his friends, his neighbors, extended skateboard family, and his tenants at the industrial park. He really cared about everyone that he met. I would go as far as saying that he'd never met a stranger, but, well, maybe. Being invested in the success of those around him is, I think, what he felt made him successful. You don't have to tell me, because I know how lucky I am to have him as my grandfather. His absence is profound, and I will miss him dearly. So, with that, I am going to pass it off on to the next speaker. Chris. I think it's Alba. Perfect.
Oh man. Okay. So Steve, so the pipeline is a very unique thing. So it's about 2.5 acres of cement, and you'll see in a video Stan talk about building the park and stuff. But it's only a slab of cement until these guys come, and the things that people were doing in that slab of cement was just absolutely unbelievable, and it accelerated in intensity, you know, but it takes a lot of determination, a lot of creativity, a lot of endurance. These guys were physical specimens, and many of them have gone on to Skateboarding Hall of Fame recognition. Steve being one of them, and but Steve's always got the Hoffmans included in all of his interviews and stuff. He's a great spokesperson and a representative from the park, and we appreciate him. So he's always there for us, and hopefully we're there for him. So, Steve, thank you.
Wow. Anyhow, how you guys doing? Thanks for coming out. Of course, the Hoffman family is a major inspiration in our lives. I kind of don't even really know where to start. Okay, I'll start here. Basically, what April said, that Stan listened to people, Stan did listen to people. So when I first met Stan, it was through Don. So Don comes to the L pool and Baldy Pipe and sees us skate. And I just happened to be there on both times they showed up, which is really bizarre to me. But anyhow, they asked us, like, hey, what would it take to get you guys out of these pools and Baldy Pipe to come skate the skate park? And of course we said, we want a pipe, like Baldy Pipe. You know, we want a bowl, like L Pool. And then basically, you know, later on, I interviewed Stan with EJ and Don probably about 4 summers ago, right after he broke his hip. And me, because I built a couple parks and helped design the parks, Upland being one of them, and we designed it after what Stan did at skate park and Upland the pipeline. So that was my homage to him and his family by building the pipe there. But anyhow, that being said, Stan's, you know, he saw us skating, and I'm asking him, so hey, are there plans so we could build this stuff again? Because it's always been my dream to build the combi pool here in our area. And it still is my dream to this day. But anyhow, I'm asking if there's plans, and so if we can use these plans to actually build this new thing I want to build. And he's all, there were no plans. There were no plans. Pipeline Skate Park got built in 6.5 weeks on county land. 6.5 weeks. Think about that. That just didn't happen in today's world. So Stan said he had the Stone brothers helping him, and they didn't really have any architectural drawings, more or less. They just kind of winged it. They just drew on pieces of paper and stuff. And so the people who built the skate park didn't have any skate park experience. They had built ditches and flood control channels and stuff like that. That's what they had done. And so the fact that the park was built in 6.5 weeks, and then we're just little kids getting wind of this, and then, you know, Don's saying, hey, they're gonna build a skate park, and Stan's seeing them build it, and then all of a sudden they break ground, and then my dad drove us up to there, and I saw it. And the craziest thing, like, I didn't really notice at this time frame, but my dad and Gene already knew each other through Little League, because my dad was the Little League coach, or the president in Montreal Easton, and Gene was really big in the Little League up in Upland. So they knew each other through that already, so that was like, and so when they start talking, they had this little thing already, so like, you know, and my dad's like, you know, my kid wants to kind of skate up here, and we're already skating, and my dad's telling all his friends at Hooker Headers, like, you gotta see these kids skate and what they do. And so when Stan sees us skate at El Pool, and sees like myself and Liga Heimer and Tay Hunt and Buddy Allred and Charlie Ransom and all the guys, and we're riding out of the pool onto a refrigerator that we had found in the room and turned sideways. And then Stan's all, well, you know, Steve, I saw you ride 3 feet out of the 12-foot bowl. I knew it was possible that you guys could do that. That's why I built the 15-foot bowl. Okay? You know? And then I'm all, okay, so if there's no plans, what about the full pipe? Well, you guys told me, and you specifically, and Liga Heimer and Kevin Anderson and Dutch Snyder specifically told me that you guys were going to Arizona and skating the pipes out there, and they were too small because they were only 20 feet wide, and you were flying out them, so you wanted to make 2 sections 40 feet wide, 20 feet tall like that, so I built that for you guys. Well, killer.
22
You know what I mean? And so the first contest happened for the Hester Series, and somehow, some way, I win the first one and I win the fourth one, right? So out of all the skaters who've ever done the Hester Series, I'm the only guy who's ever won 2 of them in the series. So that would not have happened without me skating that pipeline. That wouldn't have been me without skating with Pat Mullis right there, and Liga Heimer, and Charlie Ransom, and Steve Evans, and Rick Howell, all my heroes. Those are the guys who taught me. It wasn't Tony Alva. It wasn't Jay. I mean, I love those guys, and they were great. It wasn't Steve Cathy. It wasn't any of those guys. It was these guys here. And the craziest thing is that all these guys who skateboarded at that time frame in the 70s, who were the guys that put all this stuff on the map, basically wanted to come to Pipeline and come to El Pool and come to Baldy Pipe. Kevin Anderson being one of them, and he was my biggest influence. And the South Bay guys were like, they were insane. You know, Brad Stradlin's there with these guys. You know, Wally Inouye's there. So all these guys who had magazine coverage were coming through Pipeline. And this playground that Stan, you know, created, like Chris says, it's like a slab of concrete. Now, granted, I'm the youngest guy out of all these guys. And why, somehow, some way, I'm turning into the Badlands spokesman to this day. I mean, that is what it is, but I'm gonna run with that because I love it, and I'm never gonna, you know, talk bad about this place or the Hoffmans or Upland, because in my opinion, the skate park put Upland on the map. Upland didn't even exist until Pipeline kind of came in. And the city of Upland can't even realize that because they're stupid like that. But anyhow, basically when I made the new skate park over there, like, you know, I wanted to build the same pipe that we had at Pipeline, but I was on vacation, and when they dug the bowl out, they didn't do it exactly like I wanted, and I was kind of bummed, you know? But anyhow, when that was all said and done, it was all finished and all that stuff, we had the Badlands reunion, you know, we had the skate park, and Stan showed up and saw what we were doing again. It was like the biggest kick for me to actually like build something that he could be proud of. And so that was like, it made me really proud that he was proud of me. So I will say that Stan laid like the gold standard of what you had to do and how you had to be. And granted, when I was a kid, I'll be the first to admit I was a freaking asshole. I was really arrogant, I was cocky. I mean, I slugged on like a dick. I spit on Stan. You know, I got kicked out at skate park. And all I was doing was riding skateboard pools and playing rock and roll thing. I'm gonna be this rock star guy, right? And then my wife, my girlfriend at the time, Julie, said, hey, you know, you gotta go talk to Stan and make things right. And so I went back to skate park one day and, hey, can I talk to you? And, what are you doing here? And I go, hey, you know, I just really want to talk to you. But you know what he did tell me that day? He appreciated and came in and apologized, number one, that I manned up. Number two, what he told me, and I'll never forget this day, he said, you know what? People look up to you. And people like what you guys do. And they see how you're successful. And you've seen all the success. And you can't be like that. You can't, you know, if you're going to be in this realm, you have to be inspiring. So he told me that day, and ever since then, I just like, hey, I gotta inspire people. Whether it's skateboarding, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's working out, keeping fit, whatever. Hey, I'm not your average 61-year-old, you can see right here. So, and anyhow, that being said, it's just, again, it's this gold standard that Stan set for us, you know what I mean? Now, to this day, all my friends in here, all my skater friends, I drive them nuts because when I go skate, I have to clean the pool. And I do it every time. And that comes from Stan. So when the skate park actually closed down, Stan had this little thing he would do every morning to go clean the skate park up. And when the park closed down, I went and asked him, so hey, is there any way we can keep skating the park until you rip it all out? He's like, yes, you can, but you have to do it my way. And so he took me and Chuck Holtz and a couple of guys, Kelly Belmar, watch us on home park, and you gotta rinse this here, and you gotta sweep this here, and don't sweep this way, because that's not good. You gotta pull it this way. That's the only proper way. And so I do that to this day, because I don't like dust when I skate, because when you're skating pipeline, in the old days, you're going very, very fast. And you don't want to hit a rock, you don't want to hit any dust and slide out. And so when you're skating the combi at Vans, it's the same thing. You're inside, there's all this dust falling, you gotta clean it out. But again, that just goes back to Stan, like, hey, you know, if you're gonna do shit, do it right. You know, and that always stuck with me. When I go drain a pool, I rinse the pool out, I drain it out, I try to clean it up. And every time I do it, I just think of Stan, because that's what kind of what he taught us in those days. So, again, the Hoffman family, that's just, you know, April skates, Don wrote my Who's Hot. I mean, personally for me, I'm nowhere in the skateboard world with the Hoffman family. So, that's why I'll give them props and the credit they deserve. Because all of us in this room are all gathered here, you know, in the different aspects of Stan's life, from his work, from the skateboarding, what have you. And not to leave out, you know, Mrs. Hoffman either. So, you know, she was a beautiful woman, you know, and what she did and helped us, letting people stay at her house, you know, letting us trade stickers for pizza grinders in the snack bar, and then if I needed extra gear, I'm trading stickers, and Stan hated that. But Gene was always like, you know, Mom, she had a heart of gold, man. And Stan had a heart of gold, even though he was a hard ass. But he was just that, like, you know, he was like that walking tall guy. You guys seen Walking Tall, right? So the first year the skate park's open, there's no parking lots like there was later. It was all a dirt lot in the very back by the pipe. So after Stan cleaned the park out, all these kind of kids that come to skate parks. So the first 2 years the skate park's open, it's like the best thing on earth. People are coming from all over to see it. They can't believe it. I mean, there's people lined up to get in the skate park to watch us. I mean, it's like, you know, 3 and 4 and 5 people deep to watch this so that it fits. And just what are these guys doing, right? And so anyhow, these kids come into the parking lot and start spinning donuts. And this big dust cloud is all over the park. Stan goes out there with a big stick like Walking Tall guy. And as these guys are trying to exit this little exit where the car is, there's only one way in, one way out. He's just hitting it with his... breaking the windshields and just doing whatever. You know, I don't know how many times we saw that happen. And one time, the guys actually tried to get out and fight Stan. And then Don goes over to the fight Stan and they're wrestling, and we're all, shit, kind of. And then we all run out and then worked them all over. So man, it was like us against everybody. Don't you mess with the Hoffmans, don't you mess with Stan, don't you mess with Don, don't you mess with April, don't you mess with anybody here. We will kill you. You know what I mean? It was like blatant localism at its finest. You know what I mean? So anyhow, again, it's like, I can just go on and on and on. I don't want to take everybody's time today. I just want to say thank you for everybody for coming, showing your support for not only Stan, but for the Hoffman family. And again, like, just for me, I've been so tied in with these guys, and I just feel like my life, my brother's life, my mom's life, we're so entwined. And I've always been there for them, they've always been there for me, so thank you guys. I really appreciate it and love the Hoffmans.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So we have this little device that, oh, it's right there. So that times speakers, and I thought, man, we were doing so good. You can tell, you gotta love Steve's passion about skating in the area he came up in, and all his comrades in the area. So awesome. Okay, so I don't have my paper with me, so we got time for a couple more, and then there was a mistake that I made. I can't see anymore. Okay, so Melanie, ready to go? So Melanie, is here just hours after she got off the plane from France last night. I think she wins the furthest travel to get here. So anyway, without further ado, we think the world of this girl. She's awesome. So take it away. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I had like a bunch of things that I'd written up that I was going to say, but I feel like it's better if I just wing it. I am Melanie. I am granddaughter of Debbie, daughter of April. It's a really weird family if it's that. So great granddaughter to Stan. It's weird saying his name like that. So I am the proud black sheep of the family. Yeah. And I don't know, I feel like as a result of that, I felt a lot of chronic feelings of not fitting in growing up through my, later years. And part of that was, and I'm going to get a little personal here, I suffered for a long time with, well, not suffered, but I went through a long time of substance abuse, and I think the people around me suffered more than anything else. And my great-grandfather was there for me through all of it. And he was my one safe place where it felt like, obviously he wasn't condoning it, but he always supported me and was there for me, and I never felt like I didn't belong in the family when I was with him, right? Because I feel like a lot of times with those chronic feelings of not belonging, with those chronic feelings of I've hurt everybody around me, it's very easy to feel like you don't belong somewhere. And he never made me feel like that, and I'm really grateful for that. He supported me time and time again. He was an amazing man, and I made a post about him on Facebook where I said that he was a pillar of the family and a pillar of the community, and I feel like seeing everybody here today really cements that. I am eternally grateful for having been lucky enough to be born into a family where this man was able to be the pillar of it. He is an amazing man, and I stand by it time and time again. He is one of the best men that I think I have ever known and will ever know. It's true what my mom says. He does listen to everything, and he was sharp as a tack. Trust me, as a former addict, I lied, and he kept track of every single one of them. So, he knew. So, I'm really grateful that I was able to have all of these great memories with him. I think some of the best memories I ever had was, I was young, but, and I'm mostly excited that, we would be going to, eat dinner with him. And I was mostly excited that we would go somewhere that had a claw machine. But in my later years, having those moments where, we would go and eat dinner with him, and it was like, I remember listening to the sound of him and my grandma and my mom speaking, and I was young and I would eat, and I would just go right to sleep on my mom's lap. but I would hear them speaking, and just like the soothing sound of listening to his voice and listening to him talk about these things, they're memories that I'll never forget and that I'll never take for granted. He is an amazing man. He was an amazing man. He will always be the most amazing man that I've ever known, and I'm just grateful. So thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for everybody who spoke.
Okay, so how long Rachel, how long was the slideshow? How long did it end up being?
14 minutes.
Okay, all right, so let's just do this to make it safe. So the next speaker is Danny Hoffman, and unfortunately I haven't connected the dots exactly. So Danny's landed in Puerto Rico today, and we're trying to get on with a Zoom call and hook him up. So, but I think I was supposed to do something that I didn't do. So, if we play the slideshow now, and then after the slideshow we can, where's Alyssa? So we can eat, hope. So right around 1:15, we can go ahead and eat. So, and then we'll get back. So after we eat, and we'll come back and we'll do some open mic. So there's a lot of folks that still want to say something today, and we want to give them that opportunity. So, but we don't want the food to get cold. So, without further ado, who's got you got this? Okay. Enjoy some Stan Hoffman.
The best of everything, that's what I wish you all. The best of everything, a Rembrandt on your wall. A yacht that wins you cups, skateboards with style and speed, show dogs or loving pups, pride of the pound or the pedigreed. I hope you win that prize, pass that blue ribbon test. I hope your good keeps getting better till your better's best. With every wine you taste, with every song you sing, by now you may have guessed, I hope you get the best of everything. The best of everything, that is what I wish for you. The best of everything, a Rembrandt hanging on the wall. Prize, pass that blue ribbon test. I hope your good keeps getting better till your better's best. With every wine you taste, with every song you sing, by now you may have guessed, I hope you get the best. now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my Yes, it was my way.
Test. Okay, wow. Thanks to everybody that put that together. It is, yeah, it's all I could do to just walk out the door and cry my eyes out. So it's super awesome. Okay, so before we have lunch, I lied. So we're going to bring up one more speaker. And it is Don Hoffman's daughter, Spencer. She's going to share some experience. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a little nervous, sorry, and I just cried. Valid. I'm Don Hoffman's daughter, the last grandchild. So we had April's the first, I was the last. Almost an accident. Basically, I'm the great-grandchild. When I was born, Mom told me this. I was born, obviously, a baby. And she said I looked exactly like her brother, Uncle Pat, and my dad at the same time said I looked like Grandpa, his dad. And I have to just trust them because I was a baby, I didn't know. So, but to be compared to both those men is an honor because they're both wonderful men cut from the same strap. Very honorable men. Sadly, I kind of came late, you know, so everything I didn't get to see the pipeline. I just heard the stories. That was always cool. But my experiences were Christmas with Grandpa and Grandma. Sadly, I lost Grandma when I was 9, so it's kind of foggy. But Grandpa was always just special to me. He's my only grandpa. I didn't know my grandpa from my mom's side, so he was mine. And I always made sure, no one told me to do this, but I always made sure like Christmas and anytime we had get-togethers, I would sit with Grandpa and talk to him, because that was important to me. Because he was just special to me. He was calm. I really liked just calm. I was a calm kid, kind of a space cadet, honestly. And we always just had good conversations, and like, you know, it was the highlights of my Christmases, even if they were stressful. And you know, when is Christmas not stressful? And a thing we always talked about later, when I was, oh boy, like 16 or so, ironically, he helped me also get my car. I have a little smart car, you know, those little bippers on the thing. And for some reason, he always felt like that thing would explode and just like, and he's like, "Are you sure you should be driving that?" I'm like, "I don't know." It's like, but then he started liking it. He was like, "Oh, it's cool. It's like a little space machine." He was always bring that up. He was very proud that he helped with that, and that meant a lot to me and whatnot. And then, sadly, just, you know, with everything happening in this world, didn't get to see him as much as I wanted to. But, you know, I always made sure whenever Dad was going to go visit him, I tried my best to visit him. Sadly, not the best circumstances, but I don't know, he just meant the world to me. He was just an honorable, kind man. And I feel like he really tried his best. He had a lot of grandkids and great grandkids, so, you know, I'm just one in the crowd, but he tried to always put me in there. Mean a lot. And then, not to make it about me, I am engaged recently. I'm kind of the last one, and I believe it was his birthday, because his birthday is the same birthday as my sister from my mom's side, and the day before my mom, so we kind of all group it together. And Mom was talking to him, and he mentioned like, "Hey, she needs to get married soon." And then Mom was confused, like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, like, when's this wedding? I want to be there." I'm sorry, Grandpa. Like, weddings are kind of hard to plan. But I know he won't be there, but he is. And in a way, maybe it's better he's not, because they're kind of stressful. But I love him a lot, and I'm gonna miss him a lot. And to bring up also my uncle from my mom's side, that they were both cut from the same strap. They only passed a day apart from each other, years apart, but it's just kind of funny. They were that connected, and then to be connected to both of them. They're honestly the most honorable men in my life, and I'm glad to be that. And then this is just a silly little thing. I'll make it quick. I was gonna be, oh, this is some connection I have. Turns out it's not. I found out. So, my middle name is Pej, just a Portuguese name. I'll come back to that. Grandpa's middle name is Paul, and my dad's middle name is Paul. So for years I was told Pej is Portuguese for Paul. So I was like, oh, I have a connection and whatnot. It's not. I looked it up. He needs bread. So, but I just won't tell anyone. I'll keep that to myself. Well, anyway, thank you for having me. And just remember Grandpa how he always is. That's how he want it.
Okay, now, thank you, Spencer. So now I think we're going to turn it over to the staff here. Oh, did that AV Colonel sin right there. So, so I'm not sure how this is going to work. So, but it's lunchtime. So they'll come in and kind of take us through this, how it's going to go, and then April, we need to connect on Danny's Zoom call, and then so we're going to see if we can get him from Puerto Rico after lunch. And so can I move? Can I move? So. Yeah, you can. You can. Too. Yeah. So you want me to call him? Oh. Okay, so the food is double. It's on either side, so it's a two-line thing. So when you get in line, it's the same thing on either side, so it'll make it go a lot faster. And also, I didn't tell you before, it's an open bar, or so it's you guys are free to order, and it's on Stan. So Stan's buying.
The overall amateur is 79 up until the Hester series. Started losing their spot. But, you know, there's a line of speed. I feel like there's a line on the side.
You make me feel so young.
It's an honor to see people.
When are just like
When the stars make it, just like a bus lifts off the when the grand dance
you been, brother? You look a lot. You're the only one I could recognize, actually. Yes, Steve. See him up over there? You see him? You know him? I drive by it still. Forever. Right up to who's your name? The Heimer? Wow, how you been? You got that movie that Greg Lamont never came out. Doing the Batman. You know hard. Is he here? He's got some of it? Oh. I'd like to get some. You know who I am? I'll be down. You go look at that movie and I'm going to go to see each devil. What is the devil? Run off. Everybody hates me. Now don't. Right? Matt Hoffman. Matt Hoffman. I told him they needed to have up there I would never. I can't talk like that unless I was selling something. And I can tell you everything. I talk proud. But I can't go and talk like that. I never. Hey, huh? Hey, huh?
Whatever's under there, I want to see. When you're done, finish that up. We're two tables over.
Pastor EJ, because he really wanted to join in. And when Don first announced the website, we couldn't hear it. But it'll be posted up there on YouTube, and it's a skate stream, SKT stream on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So if anybody missed it, they want to check it out, it'll be up. Yeah.
That's a cool game. I wish I had the last
I know, it's well, a lot of us did get to say hi.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. We better let him through. Thank God he took some pictures of us.
Brother.
Test. Hey, we want to get this thing started back up again. So we made contact with Puerto Rico, and then right after that we'll follow up with Harb's video. So I knew this was going to be the hardest part. A few beers, little friend. Okay. So wait, yeah, go ahead. So stand by. Okay, so all you guys, so you can stay where you're at, but so just because we have Danny Hoffman on a virtual call, and we made contact with Puerto Rico. Man, the wonders of technology, right? So Danny, so can you hear me, Dan? No, he can't. Dan, do you hear me, Dan? Q5?
Yes, I can.
Oh, woohoo! All right. You got a couple.
Everybody, I can't see anybody, so if you can let me know you can hear me, that'd be great.
Yeah. So we're just everybody can hear you, and we're just all jealous that we're not ready to board a cruise ship like you are. So so thanks for that. So okay. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead. So Danny, if you're ready to go, Dan, you go ahead and say what's from your heart. And this is kind of an impromptu thing. This has been a challenge to get in touch. So this is really raw footage of Danny Hoffman. So thank you, buddy, for doing it.
Of course. I wish so badly that I could be there. We had some prior engagement that made it difficult to be there, so it's really hard for me not to be there given how much my grandfather meant to me. I didn't hear the introduction, but for those of you who don't know, I'm Dan Hoffman. I am grandson of the oldest grandson, not the oldest grandchild. That doesn't go to me, it goes to my cousin April. But I am the son of John Hoffman, and my lovely family, my wife Haley, my son Brad, my son Nick, and my daughter Brielle. We very much wish we could be there today. I thought about what I wanted to say today, and to be honest with you, none of it even touches or comes close to how much my grandfather meant to me. I'll try to get through this without being too emotional about it. But my grandfather had more importance in my life than any single person that I can think of. To talk about him is to talk about my mentor, someone who showed me what it's like to be a father, how important it is to care for your family, to provide for your family, and to not rely on anybody else to do that. To know when it's appropriate to take chances. And, I've taken many chances in my life, all for the better, and I wouldn't have done that if it hadn't been for the influence of my grandfather in my life. Everybody in this room has a different connection with my grandfather, some of it through skating, some of it through business, some of it through family and friendship. My connection with my grandfather will always be very special to me. And I just think it's amazing that no matter where I go, I can literally be anywhere in the country or the world. And if the topic of skating comes up, people know Stan Hoffman and know the pipeline. On a personal level, when Grandpa passed, I was sad, but I was amazingly happy because I knew that he was with Grandma, and I miss her so much, and I know they're together, and that just makes me really happy. Even though I'm getting upset, and I apologize for that. Let's just a quick story for me about my grandfather and what he meant to me. I was a brand new deputy sheriff up in Northern California. I had taken a job as a deputy in Northern California, And it was kind of my intention to come back down south. I miss Southern California. I wanted to come home to what I knew. And, you know, I started putting applications in to leave the agency that hired me. That would hire me was Contra Costa County, because I was young. I was a baby, and most agencies wouldn't take a chance on a young kid who just hadn't proven much yet. And but my agency did, and I was looking to come home. And I got a phone call one day. I didn't get a lot of calls, to be honest, from my grandfather over the years. So it was a little bit strange to get a call from Grandpa. And I said, "Hey, Grandpa, what's going on?" He says, "Hey, Danny, by the way, only very few people in the world can call me Danny. Grandpa Stan being one of them. Never loved that, but I was always Danny to him." He says, "Hey, Danny, I understand you're looking to come home, that you want to come work for an agency in Southern California." And I said, "Yes, sir, I do." And he says, I just have a question for you. You know, who gave you an opportunity to take this job that you got up there? Who else was presenting that opportunity to you?" And I said, nobody did. Only this agency did." And he says, "Well, what kind of loyalty are you showing them by leaving and not staying true to the people that gave you an opportunity?" And I'll be honest, I didn't have a good answer to that question. And I stayed. I stayed because of that conversation, and ultimately, that conversation led to a very successful career. Me meeting the love of my wife, my wife Haley, and me having my 3 children. So, to me, there's no question in my mind that if I had not had that conversation with my grandfather, my life would be very different today. And that just was a very special moment for me with him. And I had many over the years. I'm very blessed that I got back to Southern California this past year to spend some time with him, to see him before he passed. I'll always miss him, but I'm happy. My heart is full because I know that he is with Grandma Jean, and they are just doing amazing things, looking over all of us. Don't want to spend too much and take up too much of all your time. I don't want to get too much more emotional about it all, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I wish I could have been in there in person. Thank you all for coming. It means a lot to on video. I think that's just really cool. We live streamed it so that those that weren't there were able to see it. I miss all of you very much. I love all of you very much, and I look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you. Love you guys.
Test. Okay, so, next real quick. So we have a lot of employees in the room today, and I'm so grateful that they came. And if you talk to any of them, you're gonna get an earful about Dean and Stan Hoffman, about what they did. I'm just gonna stop moving around. So one of the employees, Sandra Kramer, has sent a video. It's like a minute, just expressing a story that she always remembered about my dad. So we're gonna go ahead and play that right now, and then we're gonna get into Harp's video, and then a couple more speakers before we can get everybody in here. So shoot, Sandra Kramer.
Hi, my name is Sandra Kramer, and I worked for the Hoffmans back in the mid-1980s. And one of the stories that I remember really well that meant a lot to me, it had a big impact on my life, was there was a mom that came in one time and she was trying to sign her son up for a membership. And I don't remember what the problem was, but something happened and the mom got really upset and started yelling at us, girls behind the counter, trying to sign her son up for a membership. And Mr. Hoffman overheard the commotion, so he came over and he said, "What's going on?" And The lady explained why she was upset, and so he asked her to leave, told her to stop yelling at us and asked her to leave. And so it just felt really good as a young person to have an adult stand up for you, and that it really meant a lot to us that he had our backs. And that's just something I remember, the kind of man that Stan Hoffman was.
Okay, so very simple story, right? But I think every one of the employees has some sort of story very similar to that. So, okay, so next up, we got some video. In last April, Harv and Dennis Hill and my dad and I, we got together and kind of just going through a day in the life of sort of thing with my dad. It was hard to kind of get my dad at this age to, it was kind of hit and miss. He had good days and bad days. And so we landed on a pretty good day. And so at 94 at the time, and almost 95, but at 94 years old, his cognitive skills were pretty good. So you'll see that in this. And you get to hear it straight from him, exactly what was on his mind when the park was getting built. And so, so without further ado, roll. This loaded in here, see if it works. So, baby, are you ready? Hey, there we are. Okay, so, what do you think? Did they play it? Yeah, they're playing the same. Yeah, they are. That's okay, isn't it? Oh. Baby, are you ready? There we are. Oh. So, I don't know what that means, man, so. Dad, you need anything else here, Dad? Are you ready? You're okay to go?
That's it, I guess.
Okay. Glasses?
It's almost all junk mail.
Oh.
No bills.
No bills?
No bills.
Woohoo! So, Dad, do you remember how many times the skaters would stay overnight here, maybe before contests or when they got stranded?
No, that's something I probably forgot. But
I know it's kind of Mom's thing.
Yeah, she did that. I didn't know they were here until I got home.
I know, but when they stayed, then they stayed for breakfast and everything.
Oh yeah.
So,
Made breakfast for him.
do you remember when Don approached you about the possibility of building a skate park? I guess at first he wanted to borrow money to build one with Frank Nasworthy, right?
Well, that's how I got involved in the skateboard thing. And Don wanted to borrow money to invest in a skateboard park in Florida.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what a skateboard was in those days, particularly. One thing led to another, and I said, well, is there any of that stuff going on around here? He said, oh yeah, the pipe up in the Baldy and at the dam and
yeah.
a couple local swimming pools. And I said, they skate in swimming pools? And yeah.
Yeah.
So I said, I got to see that. So anyhow, we went over to the old abandoned health place that had a pool abandoned in it.
Yeah, the Upland Swim Club.
Yeah, and Alba and all those kids were skating in it. I blew my mind away. I couldn't believe it. They're doing the things they were on a skateboard.
Yeah.
But they were heavy duty skateboards in those days.
Yeah, they were much different.
Yeah.
So were you already thinking then that you would like to start a park, or you just research?
No, I got to talking to a friend of mine that ended up two brothers that ended up being my partners, and they had the land down where we built the park. But we got to talking about it, and I said, yeah, it's catching on. I said, Anaheim just built a big ramp that they're skating on. And so my future partners went down and watched it and said, yeah, it looks like it's catching on. And finally I told my partners, I said, and I think we can make some money doing this. And so we talked about it, and finally I could say Don wanted money, and I said, no, how about we build a skateboard park here and you run it here for us? And so that's how it all started, basically.
And your partners, Noel and Dale, they were...
Yeah, Noel and Dale Stone brothers, yeah.
They were on board with that?
Yeah, well, they didn't want to run it. They just wanted to invest in it. Initially, the 7.5 acres were a lemon grove.
And how much time transpired from knocking down the trees until opening day?
The park was operational in 6 weeks.
So 6 weeks, it was 6 weeks before it was just a vacant lot?
Yeah.
So in 6 weeks, you built a whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah,
wow.
But it wasn't the most professional concrete job that was ever done. What made it work, though, was the commie pool.
Yeah.
Before that, it was just a bunch of concrete, but
yeah,
the commie pool was a design that nobody knew what was going to happen to that.
So talking about the combi, so what do you think about the combi being built in several other places as kind of the gold standard, both with vans and then now latest one I think is out in La Quinta? So how does that make you feel to know that it's still living, it's still going on?
I was around the park so many hours, I could even without being a skater, I could see the advantages and disadvantages of a scoring around pool. It just gives more lines of skating in a confined area.
So you okay with talking about Mom for a little bit?
Sure.
So Mom, so this is my experience. Whatever she got into, she kind of, she dug in deep and she took it, she just invested a lot of time and energy into it. So it's no surprise that when you guys opened up the skateboard park, it was kind of like she was being groomed for that opportunity. I mean, can you talk about how Mom felt about building the park, and was she skeptical about it in the beginning?
Oh yeah, she didn't want to leverage our life with loans, you know, and stuff like that. We didn't make that kind of money.
And it wasn't the sport itself. Did she care that it was a skateboard park? Maybe she didn't understand the potential, or?
Well, no, she understood it. She saw what they were doing, that they could break an arm pretty easy.
Yeah. As apprehensive as she was in the beginning, she ended up really growing to love the sport and love the skaters, and really was kind of in her zone. And then after all of the years, you decided to close it. How did that go? When
Well, she didn't. I did.
I know. So, well, I mean,
She would never have closed it.
So she wouldn't have closed it.
That was her thing. She loved being around the kids.
So that didn't go over very well.
No, it didn't. She wouldn't even come to the park and talk to me. We kept the store open for Joanne and Robert to run the skateboard shop.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't even come down and talk to Joanne.
Was it somewhat of a relief for you to finally cut the cord on the skate park?
Oh yeah. All I had to do was get it tore out before somebody got hurt.
Yeah.
Once I got the last piece of concrete out of there, it was much relief. It was a sigh of relief when I closed it down. I admit. Of course, I was just tired.
Yeah.
7 days a week, for week after week, you know, you can only handle so much of that.
Especially, and then Mom was running around doing all the contests with Sonia, and Don was videotaping a lot, so you had to be there to cover for that. I know I was there for a lot of it.
Yeah, I didn't want to run without a family member being there. What kind of pictures?
Blueprints. You built it, right? No blueprints left?
In my head. We built the whole dang thing to final approval technically without a building permit.
So when the pipeline was first built, and this one you did it in 6 weeks. This was county property at that time?
Yeah, it was a county jurisdiction, not the city of Upland. Otherwise, I would have had to gone through the council and everybody else to put the skate park. I didn't have any restrictions. And the fact that I knew the head honcho in the building department in the county didn't hurt any. I'll tell you something that probably not very many people know, except my partners. The local building department of the county is the guy there who I knew, not the one out of San Bernardino. Believe it or not, we started building the buildings without a print, with just sketches.
Really?
And the architect would come and draw pictures of everything we've done. I fed them prints of what we needed approved, and they would approve it as we build it. That's why we could build it in 6 weeks, is they didn't have to stop and get all the red tape. I had about 5 weeks vacation with medicine, so I just took the whole time off and stayed here on the property and built it.
Did you have to pull a permit to demo the park?
To get
no. I just let rumor of mouth take care of that, and it didn't take long for the word to spread.
That's cool.
Of course, I was ready to build the buildings I have there now.
So the Pipeline Skate Park that you created, it's a piece of history of skateboarding, and it's historic in a lot of different ways. Some interesting things came out of here. The combi pool that you built, those combi pools, that's going to last forever. That came from here. So the legacy is yours of that combi pool.
Yeah.
You know, there's things that occurred, like you mentioned the wrist brace. Kurt Kimball's the one that invented those wrist braces because we sprained his wrist so much skateboarding. That knee slide, another Kurt Kimball invention. These are things that came out of this park that you built, forced us to innovate as we went.
Yeah.
And the pipeline.
Well, that's what happened with skateboarding and the board both.
Yeah.
They both were innovated here. I saw the advanced skating. I saw the new type of skating. I saw flying out of the pipe. And the next thing you know, a week later, it was 3 or 4 guys doing it. Yeah. I'd seen things like that happen. I'm a badlander.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars, and let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. With song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
So, all right. So, Harv, thank you very much for putting that together last minute. A few weeks back, I said, you know, that's the last video footage of Dad, and where he was interviewed, and 94 years old, and he pretty much had everything going on, right? So it was a good day. Yeah, so it was good to hear it from him, you know, just all those little rumors that are going around. So I still, 6 weeks is amazing. So this guy, coming out of hibernation here, Stan Hoffman. As you guys No, so none of this would have happened without him. So, what do you got to say?
I take total blame, good or bad, for this whole mess I've caused. This whole piece kind of told everything about what I would say. I came up to get some money, like I said, to build a park in Florida, to invest in it, and I must have been a good salesperson because he ends up calls me up and goes, "Hey, Don, do you want to maybe come up here and build a skate park in Upland?" I go, "What are you talking about?" "Well, I met the kids here, and there's people here, and I think maybe it's a good idea now." And so we talked about that, and I go, "Well, sure, yeah, I'll come up," and ended up in 76, we started digging dirt, and by 77, we had a skate park built. And of course, the story's already come in where it's, why does it have a pipe? Well, why does it have drain ditches and things like that? Well, that was what was up here. So because of that, we had a good group of kids that never had skated before come in 1977 Memorial Day, and it was packed and it did really well. So everything was going pretty good in those years, but then skateboarding died pretty heavily by 1980. So he was freaking out about that. We ended up building a BMX track. The BMX track allowed for BMX riders to start riding too. So we started having bike guys there, Eddie Fijola and other guys, and created competition there. So now we had American Freestyle Association that had, you know, the bicycles, and then we had skating and bicycles. We had roller skaters there now. So it became a whole place for everybody there. So for those who, like Salva said, that had to go to my dad because he was being a bad boy and kicked out, you know, other guys here know, I won't point numbers and who they are, but yeah, you were kicked out too, and you had to kiss, you know, his ass to get back in, you know, and he was going, you know, you better knock it off, kids, because this is not the way to be. So anyway, so, you know, it's a whole family, and it came from, you know, the good, bad, and the ugly, but became over time actually an iconic place to be. Now, as far as the combi pool, well, why did we have a combi pool? Steve Alba will disagree a bit who decided how to make it, because I remembered vividly taking a clay piece and making, you know, structures in there, a round and a square, because I go, should we build a square pool? Should we bear a keyhole pool? Should we make, you know, a round pool? So we made a combination, so it's a first combi, that's why it's called a combi pool. And we raised some money and we did that, and with Salva's helping everybody, it finally got built. And now, as they said, there's copies all over, and it's become an iconic place. And now, if you don't have a combi bowl similar to what we see here, then you're just not happening. You're just not cool. So again, I want to just have my 2 cents in here, because you know, all this work that you saw, it's wonderful that it got done, and all the people who showed up, and I really appreciate how much everybody loves my dad and how good a man he was. And again, he was really able to see something that a lot of other people probably wouldn't have seen. But he did tell me one more thing that I thought was really interesting. He says, you know, Don, you know, watch the parents come up there, and the parents would walk around where the pools were and stuff, and they'd watch their kids. And he goes, wow, you know, I just realized, you know, this isn't Little League. Those parents were skaters, so they couldn't tell their kids what to do. So the kids were all kind of going, well, I'm doing my thing, you know, and they're looking at him going, what are you doing? And so it was something that gave the kids their own identities. You could not be told, Johnny, you're not hitting the ball right. You know, you should be going like, they couldn't show them. And so that first generation. So I thought that was really interesting that my dad said that you know, that this is, you know, something that was their thing. It was your thing, your younger guys. Nobody could tell you how to do it. You learn from each other. And that's why when the pros came and the other guys came, it really helped, because you learned from them and you started looking at them, and you become better and better and better. And that's why we had really good amateur teams. And again, my mom was instrumental in doing competitions with with who you'd see me up there doing the announcing and all that stuff, and or doing a video for it. But I do remember when I talked about my mom and when she died, I remember saying that, you know, to my mom, you know, I said, you know, there's some place up there where there's a skate park, and she's running it right now, and she's doing that stuff. And so today I'm saying, Dad, I know you're gonna join her up in that skateboard, this skate park in the sky, and you're gonna both be happy, and you're gonna keep on the goodwill and keeping it going. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna start with some open mic time. So there's a few folks that have already talked to me earlier on. Marcus, are you close by? So Marcus Solomon was a local, a very regular guy there, and been involved almost whole life. Yeah, he's to have here. He's to have here. All right, and then so after Marcus, and then Lee. So go Marcus, Lee, and then Paul after Lee. Okay, so let's go.
I don't know. Can you hear me? Sorry about my teeth, everybody. I'll give you one guess how they got knocked out. But the dentist said I'll get all new ones soon, so I got that going. I got a couple stories about Stan. A couple of them are really funny now. Now they're funny. Back then, maybe not. And a couple of serious stories too. I think the funniest one was one day. Oh, by the way, I was lucky enough to work at the skate park about 6 years, and I was a local till the end. And when the park got taken down, I couldn't go watch. I couldn't. In fact, when they show those films, I can't look at them. It makes me cry. And to this day, when I drive by the property, I turn and look and I say thanks every time. But one day, Tony Hawk was at the park and I was working the gate, and the kids were bugging Tony and he'd had enough. And so he left. And so I got this really stupid idea. It would be funny to get on the PA system and say, Tony Hawk is giving away free skateboards in the parking lot. And the park emptied. Like on a Saturday, like 300 people come stampeding off the park. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna get fired. And I'm trying to stop them, and Stan comes out and says, what's going on? And I said, somebody said Tony Hawk is giving away free skateboards in the parking lot. And he started laughing. So I was off the hook. So, yeah, that happened. And another time, somebody had stolen all my gear, all my pads, my helmet. I still have my board, but, you know. And then I saw the guy wearing my stuff. And so I told Stan. And the guy split, and Stan stopped the car, told him to get out. And he told him to open the trunk, and he wouldn't do it. So what do you think Stan did? He pulled out a hammer and said, get out, open the trunk, I'm gonna bust all your windows. And I guess he had done that in the past, I didn't know. But so the guy opened the trunk and Stan's like, that's your gear? Yes. And so I got all my stuff back, and then he was like, do you want that tape? I'm like, no, it's not mine. Are you sure you don't want that? No, so no. But Stan was a rough boss, but he was always fair. So we feared him as much as we did respect him, because he was never unfair. And one thing I'll always remember is when one day I was helping him fix the chain link fence, and he was getting mad at me. Even though I was doing exactly what he told me to do, he was still getting mad at me. And I asked him why. And he said, you know, doing a good job is not just doing what you're told. It's looking to see what needs to be done and then do it without being told. And I think about that every day. And so that's why I learned to take the initiative. So he was a great mentor and a great boss. And he gave me Well, I like what I do now, but that job was the best thing that ever happened. Among some family things. And years later, I ran into him at the post office. He was in his late 80s, and I asked him, what's the secret to the long life? What is it? He said, keep moving, stay busy, because when you stop moving, you start to die. I think about that every day. You should too. I'm done.
Very good, thank you, buddy. Come on, Lee. You're up. Pepsi team member. So they talked about people not being able to, so it was only until last year when we were fertilizing the lawn out at the, what was the skate park property, but out in front on Arrow Highway, and this won't last long. So I was fertilizing, so I got all my stuff. I got my little spreader, and so I said, "Hey, Dad, so what do you, when you do this, you know, so what do you turn the knob to?" And he said, "Turn it to 3." So I turned it to 3, and I've fertilized, you know, 100 million times. So I'm going all the way, or what, you know, doing my thing with the spreader. And then I get done, I'm coming back to where his wheelchair is, and I get some more fertilizer in the spreader, and he goes, "Hey, you're walking too slow." And I'm like, dude. So apparently I still needed to learn some things, you know. So so that whole thought of doing things right, he had, you know, had his a certain way. But anyway, okay, Lee Geheimer.
Nice job, Chris. Hi, y'all. Let me start out first by saying when I first met Stan was at the L Pool. Him and Donnie showed up and said, "Hey, if we built a skate park, would you ride it?" No. Really? Yeah, we'll ride it, for sure. And then before you know it, I'm seeing rebar and stuff up on there. I'm going up and I'm going, he's doing it, Earl. But Stan, as everybody knows, man, when you first meet him, big flat top, I mean tree trunk of a man, okay, for starters, and flat top haircut and those acid eyes he could throw at you and stuff. And the people that tailgated, partied Friday and Saturday nights, it got to where it was like elbow to elbow around the 15-foot bowl and the 14-foot bowl in the pipe. And there was always, you know, having tailgate parties out there. And about I don't know how many of them probably peed their pants when they seen Stan come up and say, "Hey, it's over with." But, and then to find out that he's, you know, 83, we did a Badlands reunion some years back, and he was getting old then, and I mean, what a life the guy, it's just something else. For myself personally, he helped propel me into being a pro skateboarder, period. The opportunities to meet Jim Casmus and Warren Bolster and all the guys from Skateboarder Magazine helped me get that, and a guy named John Barron approached me from 360 Sportswear, and he was the coordinator for the Pepsi skateboard team, and said, "Hey, you think you could put together a team skate out here?" And I'm saying, "Yeah, sure, of course I can." And I got Buddy Allred, who is known as Bad Bud Allred, Mike Cantu, Harvey Hawks, and there you go. I turned pro the day before I graduated high school. And I was the only one in all my school history to be a pro athlete before I graduated high school. And I owe a lot of that, great deal of that, to Stan Hoffman. I mean, I love the guy. He was scary, like I said sometimes, but he was a big teddy bear inside, man. He was a really good guy. And this happens to be a board that Doug Schneider made for me back then. And this is what we used to ride in the pipes and the pools. This size board right here. It's a Doug Schneider board. It's made out of fiberglass. He used to custom make them. And I rode this for Pepsi for 3 years doing demos. And it's the same exact board. It's got different bushings and bearings, but for the most part, it's the same board. A friend of mine, when I got out of the Air Force, I gave it to him. I don't know why. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I didn't think how important it would mean to me later on, you know. But I just recently, his name was Francis Albanese. He met me at Upland Skate Park, the new one. It's got the pipe in it, and that pipe is Czech basketball. But he brought it back and gave it back to me, and I was so stoked to get it. And I just wanted to show it. I brought it to show Schneider. He's the one that made it for me. And, Greg Ayers. I remember when I met Greg Ayers, he was like kind of snotty. I thought he was kind of snotty, you know, like, oh, who are you, you know? Okay. And then as soon as I turned pro, I got picked up by Tunnel Products, then Sims and so on and so forth. I don't want to go into too much about me, it's about Stan, but I owe all that really to Stan, Don, and Mom. I used to call her Mom. Mrs. Hoffman. But I guess I don't have a whole lot more to say. I won't bore you guys with any more.
Thanks for saying I'm snotty, though.
Hey man, Greg Ayers was one of my idols, and then before you know it, here I'm skating with him. Thanks, you guys. Who's next? Harley? Who's next?
So I've been asked to pass the mic from speaker to speaker while they're doing some family business. I guess Mr. Paul is coming up board next.
So my name is Paul Euler. That means like a lot to 5 people in this room. But I was an employee at Pipeline Skate Park the day it opened. Therefore, my best. But my relationship with the Hoffman family goes back to Little League. And I can remember back like as a 10-year-old kid thinking, seeing Mr. Hoffman, because Mr. Hoffman he was so involved with us as kids. He would mow the lawn at the baseball field at Flowers Field during the week so that on the weekends we could play our games. And he was just the kind of guy that from very early on, even though I was just a young kid, I knew I did not want to disappoint that man. And I didn't want to get my ass kicked by that man, therefore I didn't want to disappoint that man. And Chris at the time was like, Chris is a little bit older than me, but he was like a god on the Little League field. And every time I had to get up to bat against him, I was just like, oh my God, this is Chris Hoffman pitching at me. I should just walk back in the dugout. So anyway, so the relationship goes way back. And Chris and I and Joe Mastretta over here just had a friendship through high school. And so when the skate park started to open, so Stan's partner, Mr. Stone, my daughter was dating Doug, Mr. Stone's daughter. I had a relationship with Chris and with Joe Mastretta. So I was like automatically an employee. I think Don interviewed us and I was like, do you know who I am? I'm like Mr. Stone, and anyway. So I had this great opportunity, and the year or so that I worked there when it opened, you know, my relationship with Joe and Chris has lasted a lifetime. And I appreciate that. I appreciate Stan. Mr. Hoffman, never called him Stan, ever. But it was just, like I said, even from the Little League field to the skate park was just guided, just wanted to disappoint. And some of the stories of life lessons that were learned, I think we learned as kids there, as 17-year-olds, stupid kids who, you know, after hours at the skate park might have done some drinking and got the red quarters for the games and all that kind of stuff. And for some reason, Mrs. Hoffman, like Joe and I, could do no wrong. So even when we were stupid kids, and Mr. Hoffman would give us that look, like you didn't have to say anything, you just like, and he'd stare at you and just like, oh God, no, no, no. Then Mrs. Hoffman would come and embrace us and we're like, okay, everything's fine. I don't want to take much time. Just want to say what fantastic man it's been 45 years ago, and I was a stupid kid. And Steve and some of the skaters out there have already mentioned that they were kind of assholes. Well, we kind of thought they were assholes, but I'm sure they pretty much thought us employee guys were kind of assholes too. So it's a good give and take. And even though I kind of thought they were assholes, their abilities. And seeing some of them here today, we got as employees, we got a front row seat to all those, the pipeline and all that stuff. You guys were amazing. Because I'm not an athlete, I had an stick board and all that crap, which was completely wasted on me. But Liga Heimer, like hearing some of these names and seeing some of these guys, again, my impression back then was like, God, they're just arrogant assholes. But they had abilities that all of you probably know and understand that I was absolutely amazed. So I just want to give a shout out to you guys that, that year-long experience for me just meant a lot to me, and it still does. And God, just hearing some of the names today and thinking back to that stupid 17-year-old kid that I was, and for Stan and Gene to give me that chance for Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman to give me that chance to be there and to do that and to develop, like I said, the lifetime friendship with this man and that man over there just means the world to me. So thank you.
Okay, so, and I would love to hear from any of the tenants at the business park. I feel like we've hidden you guys. Skateboarding was only 11 years. That was with us for 11 years at the pipeline. My dad worked at Edison for 35 years, and he owned and he built and owned the industrial park, Arrow West, on that property, going on like 34, 35 years. So the skateboard scene was such a small piece of it by comparison, yet it just keeps going. But anyways, yeah, still open mic. You guys, we've got this place for a while longer. They still serve till 3:30, and we'd love to hear the stories. So, yeah, Jim Gray's got a story. Okay, and then Mike's gonna help pass the mic, and we're gonna step out and take a family picture.
Thank you, good seeing you. Hey guys, I'm Jim Gray. I wasn't a local, so I never got kicked out by Stan. I got along pretty well with him the whole time. But what I just want to say is thank you mostly to the Hoffman family, all of them, April. Jean Hoffman was one of the most beautiful women ever. She stayed long after skateboarding was their family business and helped out other kids at contests. Her memorial service was probably the most touching I've ever been to in my whole life. We had 300 skaters ride down the hill at Forest Lawn, and we covered her casket with stickers and put her in the ground, and it was just a beautiful experience. And talking about what Dawn was talking about, parents watching kids not knowing how to coach them. Mickey, who the first time I ever showed up, which is Steve Alba's little brother, Mickey Alba, he was like a 2-foot tall little kid in the yellow shirt ripping the first time I ever showed up from there. Who is this kid? To this day, he's probably the best teacher of skateboarding I've ever known in my life. So this is the kind of legacy that came out of Upland. It's just a generational thing. Mickey's been teaching lessons for years and watching him teach kids and how he puts a technique to it. And that all stems from what they built. For a guy like me, I drove out here from Fountain Valley, Westminster area. We had our own park. It wasn't my local place, but I love this place. Rode it till the last days before they tore it out and the fences were down. We really loved it. And I just, again, most of the thing I just want to say thank you to the Hoffmans for, you really influenced skateboarding. To this day, so much of what took place there, so much of us who rode there, who went into the industry and made skateboards, built other skate parks, so on and so forth, were influenced by what we learned there. And so the legacy will go on forever. Stan was an amazing guy, and so was the entire Hoffman family. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
words. So when I was talking to Stan, we got to visit him a couple times at the assisted living facility. And like Chris had shown, he was sharp as a razor. He still had conversations. We were kind of warned that he might not remember the pipeline days and this and that. Eddie Horte and I went over there and visited him. And these guys started talking shop and hearing stories that just blew my mind that I had no idea, because when I started, Combi was already built, BMX track was already back there. I didn't have any part of the snake run or the qualifying bowls. But one of the coolest stories I heard, which hopefully Eddie come up and talk about, was when the Combi was built, they had to cure the cement, so they had filled it up with water. And there's a group of guys that got to go swimming in that. Salva, one of them, yeah. So either one of you guys want to come up and talk about that? About the curing of the pool, or how about any of the workers? That Cindy Sims, you want to say a couple words? So Cindy Sims was one of the ladies that worked there that we all had crushes on. Her guests and bongo jeans. We won't talk about that. Miss Cindy Sims.
Hi, everybody. I started working at Pipeline in '85, and I just got my work permit. And I worked there till '88, until it closed down. Got very close with Stan and Chief, and they were the most amazing mentors that I think I've had ever. I was very fortunate, and I want to thank the Hoffman family. I know they're probably not in here right now, but they allowed me to stay close to Stan. Mr. Hoffman, see, I never called him Stan either. Mr. Hoffman throughout these last couple years, and I truly am grateful for that, because they were a very big part of my life, and I think they molded everybody into people that we are today. So yeah, I want to tell you a really quick story though. One time I was parked right outside the pipe, and all of a sudden a skateboard came flying and hit right above the windshield of my car, made a big old dent. And of course he got mad, because I'm like, Mr. Hoffman, I just finished paying off this $1,500 car. And he got mad because I parked in front of the pipe. So, yeah, why would you park there? I said, well, I'm never gonna park there again, but why would you park there? Robert's got his motorcycle where I wanna park. And he actually gave me the money to fix my car. And Sandra, when she was up here saying that he always stuck up for all of us, he did. He was always had our back with everything, even though we were the membership Nazi police. And we didn't let it go, because we knew there was liability there. We weren't gonna let 3 kids that we know that weren't attached to that parent skate there, because that would have affected everybody in that park. That, you know, and we were the best babysitters ever. People would drop their kids off for $5 and be gone for all day long, pick them up at 9 o'clock at night. So yeah, it molded me to the person that I am today, and I'm really grateful to the Hoffman family. Thank you.
Okay, how about the tenants, or would you like to say some words, sir?
Hi, my name is Eddie Fiola. I used to ride the pipeline, and Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman, the whole Hoffman family, they gave me a chance to ride. I got to live out my life in magazines, and eventually becoming a stuntman for the movie business, and also working for Chris on what not to do at Southern California Edison. So I just want to say thank you, and it's great to see everybody here.
So it's kind of cool, because Fiola was the only name I remember from Pipeline as far as the BMX guys. But when I first went in that parking lot, these guys were launching like 15 or 20 feet out of the pipe bowl on the BMX bikes. And it was just like, what in the world? Just this last year, there was a Pipeline Pilsner release where a brewery out of Acosta or whatever did a release on it. And most of the guys there were the BMX guys. And so I got to meet more of them. Got to meet Blythe, Dominguez, and all that crew. And yeah, they, like Stan said, they were a huge part of it too. BMX guys were a huge part of it too. Thank you, thank you. Anybody else like to say some words?
Grew up skating Upland. My name's Ray Holmes. I got the unfortunate nickname that I can never get rid of by Mickey Alba as kids. Little Valdez, I skated for Valsurf. Grew up in Laverne. Stan was that guy. It was no nonsense. He was there for business. He meant business. He loved that park, and when you messed up, he let you know. I got stuck in the pro shop a few times sitting in a chair. Skating without a helmet or skating without my pads, or, you know, he definitely, when I skated from 77 through the early 80s and BMX took me, I was fortunate to not only skate Upland, I got to race BMX in Upland. Still involved in BMX today, do a lot of coaching. BMX just took me a lot more places than skating. I still skate today. I go up to X Park to skate combi. I go to Huntington Beach to skate combi. I go to the block to skate combi. If I never ever have to skate another pool again, I will still skate combi. Eddie and I see each other often. So I still tell Eddie when we talk about, I remember Eddie showing up to Upland to ride his bike, and Stan Hoffman looked at him like, you gotta be kidding me. And Eddie drops in the full pipe, the 13-foot bowl, and literally destroys it. Well, I'm in BMX, and I'm like, I never thought about riding a bike in a pool. So a couple days later, I bring my BMX bike, drop in the pool, my family jewels go straight into the gooseneck, and I was like, you know what? These are made for skating. Like, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Like, but Stan literally was that guy that he kept every single one of us, I think he touched our lives. Every one of us. Whether we knew it or not, he was Stan the man. I mean, Mr. Hoffman and Mrs. Hoffman, Don, the whole family was an icon of, literally icon of skateboarding. Skateboarding would not be what it was today, or what it is today, without the Hoffman family. Like, hands down. Most extreme skate park, I think, all of us that grew up skating, Upland, whether we skated Skatopia, Big O, Santa Cruz, Pomona, there was nothing like the Upland Pipeline, and to this day, there's still not a park that compares to the Upland Pipeline. So Stan, you're always in our memories. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Joe Mistretta, I just had to say a few words because I'm a longtime friend of the Hoffman family. Chris and I and Paul, like you mentioned earlier, grew up together playing baseball. And Mr. Hoffman was a baseball coach. He coached my team. And I really appreciated his demeanor and his support. He was really good at that, no matter what it was. And just remember, people were talking today about Mr. Hoffman or talking about Stan, and he was definitely Mr. Hoffman to me, still to this day. I kind of lost contact with him over the years, but stayed friends with the family and with Chris, of course. Mr. Hoffman was one of those kind of guys that you don't learn about these things, or I didn't learn about these things till people get older, and then realize there's so multifaceted, so many layers to a person. And he's one of those guys that it just strikes me when seeing these great skaters here today, because I wasn't one of them, but we worked at the park together, and it was fun to see these guys doing their business, even though something we couldn't do, but he really appreciated it. And I didn't. I thought these guys were punks, and he didn't. You know, I'm thinking, well, he was my age now when he decided to build a skate park. All I wanted to do was retire and go off into the sunset. But he really, he saw something that a lot of people didn't see in the opportunity. And Chris and I used to play around the yard there, and we were neighbors. We were always doing stuff, and I remember when skateboarding became more popular again. It kind of went through a renaissance, and all of a sudden, there was polyurethane wheels, and the trucks were different. They had more, I don't know what those cushions are called, but they had more suspension, they had more flex, and it was a whole different kind of sport. And Chris and I got new boards, or I don't even remember how it became about. I think my brother-in-law actually made us some fiberglass boards, and it was really cool. Mr. Hoffman he was a jack of all trades and a perfectionist and a master of all trades. And he built a really cool driveway at their house. It was all concrete and it had a really nice slope and I don't know, I guess it had kind of a berm, and it was something that we got attracted to, using our skateboards on. And Chris and I were skateboarding on these new skateboards one day in the afternoon, and Mr. Hoffman came home from work, and I was a little bit afraid because he just scared me. I think that Steve mentioned he had acid eyes, and I tuned into those, and it scared me. That I was like, oh shit, we're in trouble. We did something wrong. Maybe I was always doing something wrong, I don't know. But he stopped and got out of his car, his Mercury Cougar, and he looked over at us and he said, let me see that, what do you got over there? And walked over and I handed him my skateboard, and he's looking at it, he's feeling these polyurethane tires. That's pretty neat, that's pretty cool. And I was like, wow, this guy is accepting of punks like us running around our skateboards. I just thought that was really amazing. My father didn't have any of that going on. And so Mr. Hoffman was a man of so many secrets inside that man that I didn't know existed, and he really touched a lot of people's lives. I'm hearing it here today, and I'm really impressed by that. Not that I didn't think that he was able to do that, but the fact that somebody was talking about earlier about how he listened, and he quizzed Chris and I about stuff like that, about the skateboards, and we were talking about where we used to go skateboarding, down the sidewalks and off the curbs and doing things that, before skate parks were a thing. But he was already tuning into it and aware of it. And just one quick story about how multifaceted and talented he was. His garage was like a machine shop. And if anybody in the neighborhood had problems with any of their toys or whatever, he was the place that we went to. And one time before skateboarding became popular, Chris and I were riding our 10 speeds, and we were going up and down that really nice driveway that he made, and Chris and I, our bikes collided. And I put on the brakes right at the wrong time, or something happened. My bike collided with Chris's, and the rim was, the front tire was just twisted metal. And it was that 10-speed was my prized possession. And I was, oh my God, I was devastated. And I thought, I ruined my bike. I can't even go home and tell my folks about this. They're gonna be so mad at me. And Mr. Hoffman, one of those times he came home, he's like, what's going on? And I said, well, we were playing, and I crashed into Chris, and here's my bike. And the front tire was just, it was like an S-shaped thing. I thought, it's ruined forever. And he's not, you guys just go play, I'll take care of this. What are we talking about? And he took the tire off, and he put it in a vise, and he's got this tool, and pretty soon he's making the tires true again. It was unbelievable. I thought that tire was ruined. I've tried to do that since then, and I can't even come close to what he did. I have no idea how the hell he did it, but he knew how to do everything, and he knew how to do it really, really well. He never got on us about not doing things well. I never knew that part of him. But I helped build that damn skate park. I laid some concrete and helped finish it, and dug some trenches and stuff, so we had the right to work there. And I really appreciated him for all that, and the whole entire Hoffman family. It was fun to hear the stories about how Don was so instrumental in Mr. Hoffman deciding to do this business, because I had no idea what inspired him. It certainly wasn't us, but his son did. And then I recognized, oh, of course, he was such a family man and so supportive. And I'll say all this stuff about Mr. Hoffman because he just recently passed, but Mrs. Hoffman was a jewel. For all those of you who maybe didn't know her, she really stood by her man, and she was very supportive of all the shenanigans that we got into. She was always there to provide support for us and secure us from being reprimanded by Mr. Hoffman, which we really appreciated. So to the whole entire Hoffman family and to everybody that came today to respect him, I'm so happy to see your faces, and to all the skateboard community. It's really fun to see that it's still alive and well.
All right, anybody else?
Hi, my name's Richard Platt. I was entered the Badlands in '75. I was just a lone skater. I didn't know anybody, and I searched out places to ride. And I kept showing up, and got to know these kids. And they were all kids. I was already 18. They were all 16, 15, 17, a few 18, but very few. And what the Hoffmans, most of all, when the pipeline parked and it came together and the kids were coming, it was about like family and the kids and unity and love. And the best part is when Mrs. Hoffman would always come and hug you, you know, she'd hug everybody. And she smelled so good, her skin was so soft. And see, I'm kind of a bad child. I was kicked out, and that's why I moved to Pomona. And so, that's the kind of love that I was very appreciative of at that time, because my family wasn't giving it to me. So I sought out love, and through skateboarding I found love, I found respect, I found excitement. I found excitement, sorry. And the debate was the depth. They all wanted to go 11. And Steve kept saying 15, because the elbow was 11, I think, or maybe 13. But it had to be 15 on that big bowl. And that big bowl taught us all how to roll in. I mean, roll in to vertical. That was like 3 feet of vert. That took some, cojones. And that's what we progressed. And then, of course, flying out of the pipe, all that stuff is amazing. And we don't have moxie. It's that when we skate and you have an ultimate ride that you're just hitting everything and everything's working and you're not following, that right there, that feeling is amazing, absolutely amazing. And I skate today, to this day, and I'm good for 10 runs. If I give you 10 good runs, I'm a happy man. So yeah, the Hoffmans are amazing. They're an amazing family. It's about family and kids and helping.
That's awesome. Another inspirational guy right there that knows that I got some more time left, for sure. About Mark or Stewart's, Jonah, do you want to say anything or? So growing up on 18th Street by Stan was actually a pretty cool place to live because we had a lot of empty pools around us, and they all got skated. I remember there was a square pool not too far on Third Street, and we had went and skated. EJ, a couple of my friends after school, and came back, and we all had to be home by the time the street lights came on. That was the rule back then. And, I got home, we finished skating, we all separated to go eat dinners at our families, and my mom was still cooking, so I was skating out on the curb, doing little slappies, they call them now. And next thing I know, here comes a little red pickup truck. It's Malva and Steve. And Steve yells out there, "Hey, little Grom, where's the square pool at?" I said, "It's right over here." So I hop in the back of Mickey's truck, and we go 2 blocks, and I showed him where to climb over on the wall to go get in the pool, and I told him, "I'm gonna go home and eat dinner. I'm gonna come right back and skate with you guys." All right, cool. So I went home, got some grub on real quick, went to go skate with them. Upland PD already had them kicked out, sitting on the curb. I don't know if they were handcuffed, but they definitely had already got in trouble. And I think it was us really that they called the cops on us. But by the time Mickey and Steve showed up is when the cops came. And so I remember that. And one of the things I remember about the Stewarts was a skateboard that they had with a sail on it. They were just going down 18th Street on the skateboard, but it had like a sail like from a sailboat. And that was pretty amazing too. But Stan just touched so many of our lives, it's unreal. Anybody else have anything to share? Anybody else want to say anything?
I had one more story. I got one more camp story.
All right, Marcus.
Okay, so Marcus, if you want to take the mic one more time, we're going to have to wrap it up. We have the room till 4. We've got to bail pretty quick. So okay.
Real quick, I forgot. This is really inspirational. When Stan was in that really bad traffic accident, he hit a truck and he was in the ICU and was looking really iffy and is he gonna make it? And I was working the park and there was only me and Jamie Idy, this roller skater. There was nobody else because it was just opened up, it was summer. 3 days later, there's Stan pulls into the parking lot in that old blue beat up car he had forever. And I'm like, what? He's supposed to be in the hospital. And Jamie just looked casually and said, Stan is a machine. They just put in new parts. And I just ran over and I go, Stan, what are you doing here? And he said, is the park okay? I'm like, yeah, it's really okay. What are you doing here? He said, I just want to make sure everything was all right. I said, I promise you it is. Yeah, that was really inspirational. That guy, you can't stop him. He's still doing something somewhere.
All right. Let's see. Okay, you guys. I can't tell you how much it means that you guys showed up today. All of you taking time out of your life to spend the day with us, and it just really means a lot to the family. So I just appreciate the friendship. Gosh, the crazy skating that happened. So look at Alex and his lovely wife over there. He is one of my dad's tenants. And how long, Alex? For how many years?
We're going on 33.
33 years. So that's amazing. So, and didn't we figure that you were like maybe the second person that moved into the park?
We're like second or third tenant.
Yeah. So maybe a year after it opened or less. It opened in 1991, at least according to the records. So my dad was 61 years old and decided to build an industrial park on, 2 acres of land. A huge undertaking for a 60-year-old person. In addition, the 90s was a tough time. My mom took ill and there were issues there, and they ended up in time refurbishing the house. So in addition to the industrial park getting built, he redid the entire house, like gutted it almost back to the framing. That guy is just amazing. I mean, he's just really amazing. I had the opportunity to go see the guys, the tenants. For the last 2 years, I got to meet them individually, and they were just amazing people. They work together as a community so wonderfully. They share equipment. They take each other's mail when they need to. They watch out for each other's property. It was just a culture that was unlike any other that you would see in a random business park like that. We currently have, we're working to get a property management company in there right now, and let me tell you, it's a little hard to replace Stan Hoffman. So it's tough because of the family environment they had. So anyway, just I can't tell you how amazing these folks are. There was some of these guys loaned my dad money to make ends meet. When he first opened it, he opened the industrial park and couldn't afford it. I mean, he basically was scraping to pay the mortgage, and some of these folks actually paid him a year's worth of rent to make ends meet, and I thought that was, and then and just that give and take relationship after that, it just was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, so he would do tenant improvements for free. So he wouldn't charge for his time to do them. He would just charge for the materials, just stuff like that. So my dad was, he set people up for success. He set us up for success when we were in Cub Scouts and in Little League. And, you know, he used to, our Little League park up on 24th Street in Upland, the city would only mow the lawn every other week. And so he realized pretty quickly that it was kind of unsafe to play on a field that had so much grass. So, so he would go up there every other Friday. He would get off his job at, you know, his regular job, come and pick me up, grab the mower, and we would go up there and he would mow the infield and outfield at the Little League field for the next 3 seasons, every other week. I had a great time. I look back and he's humping a bag of grass and rolling it over the outfield fence for 3 years, every other week during baseball season. So just a phenomenal guy. Just the list goes on and on and on. So you want to see anything? Go ahead. Go ahead. So Debbie spent. Yeah, so
Okay, neighbor. All I wanted to say was the turnout was amazing. Dad recently had mentioned because he cremated, a mother was buried, so it was a big procedure with the mother. That, you know, no, there would never be another turnout like Mom, because Mom was the pipeline. In his eyes, mother was the pipeline, not him. And to see this, I hope he's watching. And also, this is an end of an era. So we all know that there might not be another event like this again because, you know, we were fortunate enough for you guys to carry on our legacy for our parents, and they loved all of us. So don't forget us. We'll be following all you guys and wish you so much success. And thank you for being part of our extended family.
okay, Mike's gonna die here pretty quick. Anybody else? Cindy Sims, you got something to say? I missed it. Repeat. So.
You know what, I wanted to say, you know, all of my pipeline sisters is what we call ourselves, you know, all the girls that work there, and in any kind of year, you know, I've grown close to some that were even working there before I was even there, and all my pipeline brothers, and that means all the locals and stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't have the memories of anything, and thank you, Chris, thank you, your family, for letting me spend as much time as I could with your dad recently. That meant a lot to me.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Nice. Right on. Okay. Anybody else? So if there's nobody else that kind of wants to share, I thank you guys all so much for coming, and please drive home safely, and we'll catch us at the next big one, event here, whatever that is. Thanks to Alan, our AV guy, and Renato, and the staff over here on the live stream. So I appreciate these guys for hanging in there with us. So, and I owe this guy a new projector. So anyway, all right, you guys, take care. Have a great rest of your day.
This magic moment, so different and so new, was like any other, until I kissed you, and then it happened. But the sun's been quite bright while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for forgetting, but these things I do, you see I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really need, yours are the sweetest eyes ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is the song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind.